You're also here for Mondstadt's wine, aren't you?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Ну что ж, всем привет. Сегодня у нас Genshin Impact. И мы продолжим ходить по квестам. По квестам задание легенд. Так, приключения в поисках книги и кто самый сильный воин. Давайте вот так по очереди. Да, только я его не вижу, правда. Так. Дождитесь наступления ночи. Я нубас. Все, ждем-с. Привет. Спасибо, но не скажу, что я прям до конца выздоровела. Все равно покашливаю иногда. Так. Нам вот к этому мужичку. По звуку все нормально, надеюсь?
Shame I only get to listen in from the other side of the window and don't get to join in the debate. I'd love to give my 2 cents.
Say what? What's up? What's up? Paimon wants in.
Recently, all the customers at the tavern have been debating the exact same topic. Who is the strongest fighter in Mondstadt?
The strongest fighter? Must be someone who can floor a whole gang of hilly churls with just one punch.
Наверное, этого будет недостаточно.
Wow. Then it really must be tough to become the strongest of all. But anyway, is there like a general agreement in the city on who it is, or?
Expecting people to come to a swift and straightforward consensus in the City of Freedom is like expecting fisherman's toast to drop out of the sky. Everyone's got their own opinion, backed up by a unique set of cherry-picked information. But let's be honest, that's what makes the discussion so impassioned and entertaining. Mainstream opinion is polarized, with most people supporting one of 2 candidates. One is the Dandelion Knight, the other is the Dark Knight Hero.
Кого бы ты выбрала, Паймон?
Ooh, Paimon votes for you. But let's go into the tavern and talk to the patrons. Maybe we'll pick up some juicy gossip.
Oh, I do envy your life of leisure. But don't mind me, of course. I guess I'll just get back to work.
Это расстроенный мужик. Так, глава 1. Настоящее сокровище. Да, опять. Мисклик. Что тут у нас?
Hi! Are you here to try Mondstadt's famous wine too?
Насчет самого сильного воина Манштада.
The strongest fighter of them all? That would be Jean, obviously. Why? Grandmaster Jean is so strong. She can take out a ruin guard with just a few slashes of her sword. And she could wipe out the 3 hilly churl tribes at Dada Upa Gorge all by herself. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a carefree existence with nothing to do.
It's true that Jin makes people feel they're in safe hands. Meanwhile, this guy is drunk as a skunk.
Капец, он бухущий.
Hey, I'm doing some adventurers training. alcohol tolerance training, to be precise. Wanna join me?
Насчет самого сильного воина.
You wanna know who I think the toughest fighter is? In my opinion, that would be the finest adventurer of them all, Stanley. Guildmaster Cyrus is up there with the toughest, too. But only Stanley can take on the bloodthirsty beasts of the Mare Javari.
Bloodthirsty beasts of the Marjavari? Sounds terrifying. Do you think you'd be scared if you were faced with one of those?
По-моему, у мужика треснула кружка. Так. Я бы разорвала их на мелкие кусочки.
Yeah! Bam! Wham! Pow!
Ну, тут понятно, сколько людей, столько и мнений.
Hey, amigo. Do you want to hear my latest composition? I put my whole heart into it, and also my soul. How about it, amigo?
Так, насчет самого сильного воина.
Huh? The most macho in Mondstadt. She's a little girlie who wears red.
Чё, девочка в красном?
That's right. I found this out one day about half a month ago, when I went up to the Storm Bear Mountains looking for inspiration for my new song. Guess what happened?
What happened?
I witnessed the most powerful destructive force I have ever seen in my life. I'm telling you, it completely changed the whole landscape in that part of the mountains.
Holy moly!
I was hiding behind a bush and I saw this little girlie in red clothing running into the distance, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. But I don't know if anyone will believe me.
Now that you mention it, the idea of a tiny little girl wielding that much destructive power is a little far-fetched.
You want to know what I think? I think she has a treasure nobody else knows about. Maybe even the most powerful treasure in all of Mondstadt.
Did you say treasure? Did Paimon imagine that, or did you hear it too?
It's just a guess. I mean, no. It's a bard's razor-sharp intuition.
Разговор с волчонком-то, да, помню, он тоже говорил про девочку в красном. Мы еще эту привели, Эмбер, но он сказал, что типа это не она. Вот, видимо, про нее же разговор. Так, ты меня не убедил.
How can you say such a thing?
So, this girl, what's her name?
I do not know her name. I do not see her often in Mondstadt. Hey, I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me.
Doesn't sound like much to go on. But thanks for your intel.
Так, и с барменом.
What'll it be today? The strongest fighter? I don't pay much attention to that sort of thing.
Huh. Paimon thought bartenders had some kind of special information sources.
Вроде списка лучших поставщиков вина.
Exactly. That's what Paimon was getting at.
I have no involvement in any intelligence-gathering operation. But if you made me pick someone, it would be the Dark Knight hero. I've heard some stories about him. Apparently, he once rescued a city dweller from the Abyss Order.
There it is! The barman's top secret intelligence! Speaking of the Abyss Order, their minions are really stirring up trouble all over the place, aren't they?
Even if you
Pan was right about one thing.
Да, у каждого свое мнение по этому вопросу, вот как я и говорю.
If everyone's got their own opinion and can't be persuaded, how are we ever gonna find out who Mondstadt's strongest fighter is? Eureka! Paimon's got it! Let's go see what Jean says. Bet the Knights have got an official ranking table for this kind of thing.
Почему ты так в этом уверена?
Come on! Let's just go and ask already. We'll never find out if we don't.
Ну, камон, проверим. Так. Экспутите. Кстати говоря, я ж на молитву еще накопила. Что-то как-то я стартанула и забыла. Ладно, пока квест сделаем. Чуть попозже помолимся. Так, лезем, лезем, лезем. Напрямик. Так, где там наша Джин? Все осмотрено хоть. Так, это проверить. Ну что, здорово, женщина.
Oh, Master Jean! Sorry to bother you. We're collecting intel on the strongest fighter in Mondstadt. Do you have, one of those official Knights of Favonius verified ranking table thingies?
Strongest fighter in Mondstadt? Huh. I am sorry, but I cannot help. I do not have any relevant documentation on that topic.
Oh, well that sucks. Paimon was hoping she would at least make the top 5.
Well, although I do not have the data to make such an assessment, I will say that my faith in our honorary knight's abilities has never wavered. Which reminds me, recently one of the Abyss Order's mages has been active near the city, although he is keeping a low profile. If you are staying around Mondstadt, please be on the lookout for danger. Given your, well, high-ranking fighting strength, I trust you will be able to help keep the area safe.
Awesome! After she beats the Abyss Order, she'll climb up that ranking table faster than she climbs up all those cliffs.
Нет никакого рейтинга, Паймон.
Well, either way, smashing the Abyss Order to bits is the right thing to do.
I like your enthusiasm. It is infectious. But be careful out there.
Так.
I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Sorry for bumping into you.
Так, я так понимаю, это та самая девка в красном. Ты что-то уронила.
Hey, look!
В городе что-то взорвется. Кли, похоже, придется. Если кого-то поранит, Джин злая станет. Если в Mondstadt бум случится, Кли за решеткой очутится.
There's some writing on here. Explosion inside city wall. Grounded be thy woe. Explosions can hurt people. Jean can be dreadful. Mondstadt be bombed. Klee be doomed? Yikes! Mr. Kaya wrote these down for me. They're, survival rules. Survival rules? Yeah. Rules that I must absolutely never break under any circumstances. Otherwise, something terrible would happen.
Брат Кэя?
Yep. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Klee.
Так, ну давайте тоже представимся.
And Paimon's name is... well, Paimon. I've heard all about you guys. You're the honorary knight who helps Mondstadt. Wow! More recognition, yay! Paimon is so happy right now. I heard it from Amber. But wait, no, there's no time for this right now. I'm dealing with a big emergency. I grabbed my map and ran as fast as I could all the way here.
В чем дело?
The treasure I buried in the Whispering Woods. It's gone. Did you say buried treasure?
Ей надо помочь.
Exactly what Paimon was thinking. Lost treasure is a big deal. Let us help you find it. Yay! Thanks, you guys. Here's where the map says the treasure should be. I put a circle around it. I also put a wooden sign in the ground at the place where I buried it, to make it easier to find. Paimon is starting to understand how this treasure went missing so easily. Come on, Miss Honorary Knight, let's go.
Привет, Роман. Так. Какой еще теневой мужик? Что-то ничего не поняла. Где? На работе. Он сегодня на работе. Ну, может, в чатике объявится, что-нибудь отпишет. Вот. Но Genshin это чисто мой проект, поэтому, как правило, он не участвует в нем. Что он за мужик? Действительно. Так. Ну что, пойдемте искать палку с сокровищами. Так. Может вообще портануться? Да. Давайте отсюда. Да, глюкоза, кстати, на удивление, очень долго получилась, там почти на 2 часа. Ну, с учетом бага, но тем не менее, вот. Ну, еще и Нэнси сегодня вышла, новенькая. Прям новая часть, такая летняя. Что это было?
Your treasure's gone, but you seem oddly happy. Well, Razor and Albedo seem really busy recently. So Klee must not disturb them. But now Klee has new friends. I never thought I'd have a new big sister to help me. I'm so happy.
Капец, эта малявка меня сейчас напугала. Голос пойман, везде поймешь. Да, а вот эта вот сейчас поющая девочка меня, конечно, дико напугала. Изи. Изи, сундук. О, сколько тут овощей-то. Так. Ну-ка, что тут надо сделать? С помощью анему. Все, до меня дошло. Нет. Ветер разговаривает со мной. Да я поняла, что ветром. Так. Только вот как бы это помягче-то сказать. Ветреной стихии у нас нету, потому что у нас сейчас главный герой земляная стихия. Кстати, да, делюк он офигенный. Я бы хотела его выбить. Причем, ну, во всех смыслах. Чё? Ну и ладно. О, а вот и палка. Давайте с ними разберемся. Все, потушили. Так, осмотреть. Привет, Сэдик.
This is the place. Look, this is where my huge treasure was buried. And where there's now a huge empty hole in the ground.
Ну, взобраться-то я могла, но там проблема в том, что там вот это вот, как сказать, если бы он чисто столбом был, без верхушки, в которой мы башкой бы уперлись, то мы бы взобрались, а так там именно как-то долетать надо. Так, подожди, кто это там?
Hey, maybe he's the one Jean was warning us about. What's that in his hand? My treasure! What? I see the little girl has brought her friends with her. Time for a change of plan. Hey, you! If you think you're so tough, get back here and fight!
Погоню. Так, сейчас я перечитаю. Я просто... Чатик на телефоне, а телефон... Ой. Блин, заговорилась. Чатик на телефоне, а я это... Телефон на зарядке. Так. Почитай всю фразу как разговор двух. Голос Пайман везде поймешь. Ветер разговаривает со мной. Что он говорит? Говорит, Делюк самый офигительный дед на свете. Не знаю, я его не понимаю. Ну, кажись, я поняла к чему-то. Это самое противное существо на планете Геншин, особенно ветряной и водяной. Так. Самое противное существо на планете, особенно ветряной и водяной. Кто? Что? Немножко это, опять же, мысль не уловила. Что, Кася? Да я туплю, да, как обычно, в общем, ничего нового. Так, все, давайте охотиться за этим мужиком огненным.
And where there's now a huge empty hole in the... It's... What's that in it? What? I see the little girl is brought up. Hey, you! If you think you...
Все, побежали за ним. Где он? Ай! Тихо, тихо, тихо. Ну стой. Догнали.
You fools think I would give this up so easily after what I've been through to acquire it?
А, ну эти-то да, они противные. А давайте вот так, чтобы побыстрее. С ультой. Раз уж она накопилась. Так. Опять бежать. Что-то не погони-то. Догнали. Отлично. Ну, насчет ветряных, не знаю. Насчет водяных. Водяные есть. Вот особенно вот эти вот шаманы раздражают, которые отхиливают огромных. Так, а что я, собственно? Молнией бить молнию бесполезно. Давайте вот так вот. Все равно ульту еще не знаю, когда потрачу в следующий раз. Так, до свидания. Сразу уж всех доставать. Ух ты ж, зараза. А. Ух ты. Так, ну-ка, тут у нас что? Все сломали. Так, давайте вот эту штуку подожгем. Это нам надо эту огненную женщину. Ну, я знаю, что это другой, то есть это... Не ш... Я просто говорю, что мне шаманы вот больше всего раздражают. Так. Ранг, сейчас скажу. 35 уровень, мира 3.
mage must have snuck inside.
Значит, он сам себя загнал в угол.
Klee, do you need a rest? Why don't you wait here while we get your treasure back for you?
No, I'm coming with you. It's my treasure that Mr. Fluffball stole, and it's up to me to get it back.
Но, насколько я знаю, вот точно хилка у Наэльки за счет щита, вот этого каменного. А насчет ульты... я не помню, если честно. Так, какая храбрость.
Don't worry, Klee is a big girl. Come on, Miss Honorary Knight, let's go.
Ну да, я-то тем более учусь только. Так, давайте обратно верните мне мою мертвую маленькую девочку. Так, а что, не написано, да, предпочтительное? Ну ладно, пофиг. Так, начнем. Ну, то, что Ешка щит, это я знаю. Я никогда не думала, чтобы поиграть со своим мужиком. Так нам нужен, понимаешь, второй комп. Мы бы по онлайн могли бы спокойно и овер стримить в команде. Вот. И... Ну, и просто там, я не знаю, чисто для себя там в какую-нибудь Вовку сидеть, да. Вот. Но, типа, у нас один комп пока что.
Klee was a brave girl today. I found a really weird-looking lizard.
А, ну,
Want me to show it to
окей,
you?
буду знать. Вот. Ну, просто у нее ульта, она хоть и хилища, но слабенькая, я как-то это... Поэтому реденько ей пользуюсь. Понятно. Она это книжечками бьет. Так. Тут вроде все. Угу, каменные. Ну ладно.
Someone needs assistance. Let's dance. Wheel of life. La la la. Pew!
Фига себе.
Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Так, немножко не понимаю, как... все, поняла. Ну, тут нацеливаться, конечно, надо.
Steady as.
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Пофиг, все равно быстро накопится.
Rise.
Yeah, I'll protect us.
Pew! Boing, boing, boing!
Ай. Да, мне с этой девкой, конечно, разбираться. Непривычно за нее играть. Ну-ка, что за ульта? И что это было? Честно, я не особо поняла, что за ульта у нее такая.
Dance.
Так, все, этого добили. Этому щит осталось снести. Так, отлично. Комбим огонь, зато за одним с молнией. Так. Все? Ага, там в нас настреливают. Но подождет. Так. Ой-ой-ой, как вы много написали. Так, это... по-вашему, это... Ульт хилит, когда бьешь. Так, почти всем персонажам переделали билд под способности, по вашим заметкам. Так, ну, донаты вам в помощь на комп заработка. Ну да. Вот. Так, ну я почти 58-й РП, можете спрашивать, типа... Бобик Холокост тоже. Привет. Привет, Бобик. На ульт накопи.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Наэлька дает урон с ульты при С6. А так хил. Шестое созвездие. Ну-ка. Нет, я не гляну. Потом гляну тогда. Хотя, ну-ка. Во. Ну да, шестое созвездие, навык. Короче, ульта увеличивает силу атаки на 50% от защиты. Также каждый побежденный враг добавляет дополнительно. Ну да, но до этого еще сколько? В молитвах только выпадает. Капец. Так, почитайте описание кнопок. Для этого персонажа надо тащить. Еще говорят... Наэлька не так часто выпадает. Кась, не парься, я разберусь играть. Да, блин, мне интересно тоже посмотреть, ё-моё. Так, ну на шестом созвездии Наэль и на высоких рангах норм ДД. Можно заменить ей и то. Мы на высокие пока... До высокого мне пока еще далековато, мне кажется. И не надо, гемор. Ну да. Пока на своем ранге прокачиваемся как можем. Так. Ну шо? Там вон нас ждет уже кто-то. Прикольно. Не, прикольная мелочь. А у нее книжка. Ага. Все, поняла. Это у нас типа прям конкретное место, а это она просто кидает. Ну вот с ультой... Блин. Что у нее за ульта? Лежит по полной. На время действия навыка клей призывает грохот искра, который наносит окружающим по площади. Надо будет еще раз попробовать. Так. Это напоминает, кстати, мины тарана. Эту штуку нельзя, да, сломать? К сожалению. Утите. А чё? Что-то я прикола сейчас не поняла. Нет, мне не надо ходьбу. Какого фига? Я думала, это просто препятствие. Я не знала, что это можно сломать. Так, играй мелкой. Ну, зато на высоких РП боссы не сложнее мобов. Вкратце, при хорошем билде с шестым созвездием выдает по 25 косарей с удара под ультой. На них опыты ставим. На мобах опыты ставим. Так. Но я бы не рекомендовала на ней зацикливаться. Только если вайфу. Рост большой. Кливость. Да блин. Я это... Ух ты, самовыпилились. Так. Ой, они тут еще... нам они не страшны. На тебе. Так. Нафиг, бежим отсюда. О, дратути. Что, давайте ульту еще раз попробуем. Так, вернитесь. Да.
Leave it all to me. Love life.
Вот так вот.
Power that ended Haishan.
Где кто? Кого вдарить? Все? Все сами взорвались. Так, ну туда прохода нету. Давайте сразу дальше. О... Из 4 звезд Нингуан хороша по урону. Янка. Покажи потом персов своих. Ну, это после подземки, потому что это... Сейчас пока. Не очень удобно. Ой. Блин. Я кнопки перепутала. О. Ну да. Вроде отхил есть, да, вижу. Прикольно. Так, ну ладно, все, это можно менять. Блин, забавная девка мелкая вот эта вот. О, сундук. Дайте сундук.
I must say, I'm impressed. But this is as far as you will get. Oh, yeah? What are you gonna do? Oh, the human proclivity to gossip has provided us with everything we need. We learned that your little red friend had in her possession the most powerful treasure in all of Mondstadt. That treasure is now in my hands. There is nothing you can do. Now your precious treasure shall be your undoing.
No, wait! Don't touch it!
Oh, how you fret now your predicament is finally clear to you. Now, what have we here? A flame symbol.
No! I broke the survival rules. Explosions can hurt people. Jean can be dreadful. This is it. This time, I'm done for.
Wait, so Klee's treasure is a bomb?
Это было быстро. Очень быстро.
No wonder Klee was rumored to be the strongest fighter in Mondstadt. Paimon, for one, is never picking a fight with her, ever. Hold on. Why has she gone and run off?
Это ее золотые правила выживания.
Seems like it. Well then, let's head to the Knight's headquarters and report to Jean.
Это, конечно, круто, но там сундук вот у меня где-то тут только что был. Отдайте. Все, вот теперь можно отправляться. Вот, кстати говоря, сейчас выйдем. Да, можно будет сначала помолиться, а потом посмотреть персонажей. Так. Канамагу, да? 12,3 на 36, не парюсь, сколько за раз. Беру. 34. Так. Давайте. Давайте вообще посмотрим. Белая радуга. Юань, Сяо. Вот, кстати, Сяо ветреный. Если есть шанс его выпада, я бы вот от лишнего ветра не отказалась в команде. Так что я бы вот, наверное, все-таки вот это вот приглашение к мирской жизни заюзала. Что тут еще есть? Смотреть. Ну, это стандартное, понятно. Юань так-то прикольная. Ну, лучше Сяо, наверное. Да не, у меня как бы пока есть это, как это сказать, постоянные персонажи, вот. Но я бы просто вот набить всяких разных, вот именно по стихиям. Прикольно, огненная опять выпала. У нас огненной хватает. Ну, вообще, кстати, прикольно, у него зверюшка какая-то. О, опять Барбара. Она нам уже несколько раз вот так вот выпадала. Сейчас Барбару тогда это... Так. Персонажи. Так, сейчас. Сначала Барбара. Везде. Так, можем активировать. Все, увеличивает уровень навыка чудесное сияние на 3. Что за чудесное сияние? Ульта. Понятно. Так, не-не-не-не-не. Вернись. Так. Все, да? Вроде, если она, типа, 2 раз выпала, больше ничего же не надо с ней делать. Так, жди казуху. Девочки все текут пососял. Не, у меня прям Делюк, это прям мой. Делюк и мальчик-волк. Из мужских персонажей. Так. Кролик. Качай Янку. Это по урану имба. Янь. Она у нас что? С книжкой. Прикольно. Маг. Так. Норм. Созвездие меня догнала. Ага. Из 4-звездочных. Зайти в галерею персов. Да. Сейчас. Мне просто надо было вот сюда зайти. Так. В глаза долблюсь. Где оно? Вот оно. Так. Мне бы реально кого-нибудь вот ветреного бы выбить. Ну-ка, можно отсортировать? Да, вот так вот по тому, кто есть. Или по какому принципу оно сейчас отсортировалось? Ага. Так, казуху чекни. Ты Мону не качаешь. Мона. Так, Мона это кто? Напомните, как она выглядит? Мону нет, не качаю. Я за нее даже не играла, если честно. Так. Ну, Делюк, да. Делюк он такой. Казуха. Казуха. Вот он. Не, у меня его нету. Ну, как-то так. Вот. Ой. Так, а их это... Вот, по элементам. У нас получается так, 2 этих. Раз, два. Так, 2 земли, 3 молнии, 3 воды. Раз, два. 4 огненных персонажа, 2 морозных. И ни одного ветреного. Вот эту вот малявочку прикольно было бы выбить, кстати. Ну, казуха ничего такое, если чисто по внешне. Вот Джин еще интересно. Венти вот именно как... Вот я не знаю, как боевой персонаж он, но просто как вот местный. Он мне не очень. Сяо не знаю. Ну, Сахароза мне тоже как-то не импонирует. Так, синяк, много норм персов. Ну да. Его лучше крутить, чем Сяо. И Мону качай. Нам нужна Сахароза. Как ни одного. А ГГ у нас немножко переквалифицировался в камень там, потому что камешки нужны были. Вот. Что такое? Вот, и это самое. В Гео. Ее надо переделывать. Но мне иногда вот эти вот камни нужны тоже, вот, которые она дает. Вот, у нее просто способности удобные, чтобы там, я не знаю, залазить куда-то. Поэтому я пока не хочу менять ей. Поэтому я и говорю, лучше, чтобы выпало кто-нибудь дополнительно. Вот, ну мы, я говорю, вот свой отряд вот тут наделали. То есть это вот Молния, Пиратка, Мелочь, Барбара и Нель. Меня вообще, помню, в первые стримы все это типа за Цицу. За Чичу. Что типа... Что ты ее тут не это самое... Не используешь, не качаешь. Но она так-то прикольно по-своему персонаж. Вот. Вот. И она хорошо комбится с той же Барбарой, с той же Пираткой. Типа там... Они намокнут, замерзнут. И еще молнией по ним проехаться. Ну, Мону надо раскачивать, то есть там она прям вообще в ноль, насколько я помню. Мне вообще, вот, я не знаю, я думала, типа, дополнительные эти... У нее даже артефактов-то нету. И оружие слабое. Я хотела... Что я хотела? Дополнительные отряды себе сделать. То есть тут же вот, можно же еще вроде... Да. Еще 4 отряда. Точнее, еще 3. Их всего 4. Вот. Я хотела себе еще 3 на каких-нибудь забабахать, но я сейчас как бы это... Персонажей себе набиваю. В смысле, Цицу? Какую Чечню? Ну, она у меня это, да, как это. Я ее часто использую. Так. Либо еще вот с пираткой хорошо, вот огненный, да, персонаж комбится. Потому что там тоже... Ну, хорошо бить там огнем и молнией.
Klee? You're here too?
I turned myself in.
Huh?
My bomb. I hurt someone. I broke the rules. I'll never see the light of day again.
Klee, I need you to answer me. You said someone was injured. Where are they?
По-моему, произошло недопонимание.
Why is that?
Клей взорвала мага бездны.
But Mr. Fluffball was only a thief. He didn't deserve to blow up.
Hey, come on now. Paimon already told you that the Abyss Mages are the bad guys. And actually, they're the worst kind of bad guys you can imagine. They don't just hate the good guys, they hate all people. Their enemy is humanity itself.
Mr. Fluffball was a bad guy on purpose? Mr. Fluffball is the enemy of humanity? What? I don't get it.
This was an oversight on my part. I did not tell you these things before because you are still young. In fact, the Abyss Order is a hostile force in Mondstadt, which has been unusually active lately.
Кстати, да, мы ж Барбару там такую жирную вообще сделали. Откормили девку. Так, это из-за самого крутого сокровища Mondstadта?
Aha! That's it! Paimon understands now. They were tracking down poor Klee because they heard rumors about her treasure. Just like the way Paimon's first reaction was to try and get her hands on... no. To try and get the facts on the treasure.
So, does that mean?
In light of your contribution on this matter, I will allow you to take part in the next Ludi Harpastum.
Ludi Harpastum? Whoa!
Да, я так рада.
Miss Honorary Knight, you've gotta come too.
Whoop-de-doo! It's a happy ending!
Except...
Except what?
Klee, where did you hide the treasure to begin with? Were you trying to blow up the fish in Starfell Lake again?
I wasn't! I swear I wasn't.
She's giving us that look that means play along.
Да, магистр Джин тоже на нас сейчас смотрит.
Klee?
I'll see myself to solitary confinement.
Paimon bets Klee must get bored in there all by herself.
Бедная мелочь, издеваются над ней. Так. А синий-то это кто? Напомни, вот я все смотрю, ну Янка, Сянка, это понятно, кто есть синий? Потому что они тут много кто синие. Так, дедок в 60 хп качают, 60 косарей. Так, мы учитываем ваши идеи и предложения и попробуем. Вообще можно будет потом еще, говорю, дополнительные отряды создать с другими какими-то камбушками, там по типу ветер с кем-нибудь там, я не знаю, огонь, молния, еще вот такие вот тоже закомбить вот подобные, типа там, да, вот Янку, там еще кого-нибудь. Так, ну-ка, еще раз гляну. Янку, Сянку. Просто проблема в том, что вот у меня как бы все равно персонажей не так много, как хотелось бы. Вот Фишель прикольный персонаж.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fishel, and the...
Синцу, да. Синцу есть. Так. Нафига такой щит? Лучше 30-40, оставь и вкрытый. Мне не нужен от него урон. Ну а щит-то такой жирный. Нахрена. Может потом пересоберу с павоней. А так котлету ронять на 60к норм. Да, так. Персонажа у нас немного, чтобы собрать все команды, которые вы предлагаете из сборки в 60-х. Косарей ХП на 35-м ранге собрать нереально. Ну, и ранг тоже, да, надо прокачивать и возвышать персонажей, и выбивать персонажей. То есть я вот все равно стараюсь это... Какие-то молитвы использовать, чтобы вот набивать. Вот. Но мне все равно вот... Я тренала бы. Но, тем не менее, то, что сегодня выпало, тоже неплохо. Я, кстати, хотела на нее посмотреть. Что она там? Я ее хотела посмотреть именно в качестве вот так вот. Где ты, женщина?
Ready for trial.
Ну-ка, давайте выйдем отсюда только. Понятно. А если удержать?
Motion to compel.
А, то же самое. Ну, понятно, стандартный такой огненный маг. Как по мне. Но это чисто мое мнение, конечно. Так, сейчас подождите. Для начала верните мне мою женщину. Так. Ну, допустим.
Ready for trial.
Так, сянка. Блин, я их это... Ох, помню половину. Сянка это Сянлин? А что, у нас два огненных мага получается? В чем прикол?
May knowledge guide you.
Так, и, допустим, Моно.
It is as the stars
О,
foretold.
первый уровень, 20-й уровень, их это, капец, раскачивать. Нет, я все равно пока буду со своим отрядом бегать. То есть пускай пока вот я его оставлю, просто чтобы это не потерять, не забыть. Но все равно я пока со своим отрядом побегаю, потому что он у меня самый прокачанный, даже по левелам. Я уж не говорю про оружие и прочие плюшки. Иначе я охренею бить каких-нибудь высокого... Мужик, отстань. Высокоуровневых этих врагов.
Guess who?
That's Paimon's voice I hear.
Хочешь отсюда выбраться?
Ooh, yes, please. Wait, no, I can't. Klee needs to be a good girl and think about what she did. Stop tempting me. Anyway, while I'm grounded, I'm making an extra special new treasure, the Ludi Harpastum version.
When you say treasure,
I made it into the shape of a harpastum and everything. It looks so cute.
Не, вот Мона с огненным персонажем, она хорошо будет сочетаться за счет, вот опять же, вот этот вот пировзрыв, да. Так. Танки. Основная ульта нужна. Ну да, пар, либо перегруз. То есть это либо молния с огнем, либо вода с огнем. Так, меча для Луди Гарпастум.
Just wait for Ludi Harpastum. Oh yeah, they're gonna love it.
yeesh, if Jean was listening to this, Klee might find herself grounded for an awful lot longer.
Молния, там Мона, я Мону оставила вместо Барбары. Так. О, нам что-то доступно. А чё? Где? В смысле? Чё мне тут восклицательный знак показывал? Что-то я не поняла прикол. Тома, Саю. Диона то, что доступно, наверное, нет? Не знаю. Обычно, я не знаю, хоть восклицательным знаком бы показали, что не так. Я тут, кстати, открыла вот это вот приключение с Беннетом. Так. Чё восклицательный знак? Или я не то смотрю? Все, понял. А что там еще-то? Вот оно. Когда поднимается западный ветер. В смысле, Мона это гидра? Чего? Мона это... Тьфу ты! А я почему-то... я ее с Лизой перепутала. Они ж, блин, две в шляпах своих ходят. Да-да-да, две... Ну да, две воды, два огня. Эффект пара. Так она, да, она выглядит как Лиза. Я и думаю, в смысле, вот... Я-то поняла, причем то, что, вот, да, комбёжка хороша будет и с водой, допустим, если бы она была молнией, и с водой, и с огнем, в принципе, да. Я понять не могу, что вы говорите-то, что там молнии нету. Все, до меня дошло. С Моной попарился в баньке. Ну, не знаю, мне не нравится, она какая-то некрасивая. Так. Что будем делать? Есть вариант либо походить по вот этим вот... Сейчас я открою. Типа новеллам. Потому что у нас есть Беннет, у нас есть, по-моему, не все открыты концовки с Наэль. Только одна из 6. А нам еще тут открывать и открывать. Вот, можем поделать квесты. Да нет, не играла. Мне как-то вот больше пиратка вот симпатизирует вот это вот. Я не знаю, вот именно из женских персонажей. Пиратка, либо Цица. Вот они самые такие прикольные. Вот и из тех, за кого вот я бегала, знаю. Явно там. Ух ты! Вау! Прикольно! Ух ты! Ну их раскачивать надо. Им надо уровень повышать. Так-то прикольно. Все, мы водичка в фонтане. Так. Сервер, не знаю, официальный с Epic Game. Epic Game Store. Так. Ну, да, я не знала, что шрифт такой прикольный. Так, в соло подземелье можно. Мне надо кое-что выбить. Да, мону в основном ради циферок с ульты качаются именно. Так, попробуй мону, просто побегать. Ваншотать боссов с поднятием мизинца ноги на лям. Европа? Ну, наверное, да, но точно не Азия. Наверное. Я не знаю вот здесь за серваки в этой игре. То есть у меня, грубо говоря, там вот... По-моему, да. Если чисто российских нет, то европейских, скорее всего. Так. Антигрифер. Европа. Ну, Европа, да? Так, кстати, Мона может по воде так перед... То есть ею можно бегать по воде? Прикольно. Так. Давайте посмотрим, может, им даже это... Карточки будут, прокачать их. Ой, им повышать, да повышать. Так, назад. А мы ее возвысить можем? А мы ее возвысить не можем. Хитители сокровищ. Вот сейчас немножко за ними поохотимся. Сразу можно протонуться. Так. Что еще есть? Я повысить. Ну вот это, кстати, девка. Вот она прикольная. Медведь у нее прикольный. Тоже сразу все. Так. Ну, и их надо раскачивать, им надо артефакты дать. То есть это уже... Я думаю, вне стрима лучше этим будет заняться. Так. Где они там? Ой, ой, что-то я не туда. А, нет, туда. Все правильно. В смысле, кто 30+? Кто? Похитители сокровищ? Ой. Ой. А что так способность это долго откатывается? Вот тут огонек бы, кстати, пригодился. То есть сейчас не отстанут эти штуки. А! Так. 41-й. Нормас пойдет.
Life goes on.
The hunter becomes
Так.
the hunted.
Сколько там надо-то? По-моему, там мало надо было. И я забыла кому.
If you ever want to...
Вот это, по-моему, да? Да. О,
Do not seek to emulate the past, for there is no law that can suffice for all time. This is a lesson I must always bear in mind.
так, на стримах по Геншу такие. Вайбер. Вот, кстати, по поводу Вайбера. Этот Facebook-то заблочили, а ты мне его там скидывал. А я это... У меня телефон сломался, у меня все номера потерялись. Вот. Так что скинь в Дискорд. Вот лучше в Дискорде, чтобы точно не потерялся, ладно? Так. Примеры кины. Ага, так, где ты, инсайдик? Ты неправильно ешку жмешь на байде. В смысле? Как-то неправильно. Попадание обычно заряженная атака запускается повышает устойчивость персонажа к приему. Запускает не более одной цепной. Так, а я правильно вообще смотрю? Как она выглядит-то? Она, вот она, призыв волны. Долгое нажатие поднимает свой меч в качестве... Зависит от максимального ХП. После окончания или прерывания навыка взмахивает... Это понятно. И наносит электроурон. Урон увеличивается в зависимости от количества полученных во время... Ну это да, это я знаю. 2 полученных удара дают максимальный бонус урона. Щит. Электроурон поглощается эффективнее. Момент активации накладывает на нее эффект Электро. Ну, я его и стараюсь вообще подольше, на самом-то деле, держать, чтобы ударили посильнее. Так. Ну да, я иногда просто ее, я не знаю, типа, я ее сразу иногда отпускаю. Ну, я знаю, что урон меньше, вот. Надо подольше держать, чтобы это она копилась. Так. Да, скинь Дискорд. Я говорю, у меня это... Телефон, блин, сломался, и номера эти пропали. Так. Так, давайте 5-минутный буквально перерывчик на то, чтобы сделать чай. И продолжим.
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long. Never quite seem to get my land legs back.
Liu is our home. Did something awful happen again?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Liu is Archon? Did something awful happen again?
Have you heard? Liu is Archon.
Liu is Archon? Did something awful happen again?
Так, ну шо ж, продолжаем читать чат. Реально справочник какой-то. Так. Вот, кстати, про закон подлости, да. То есть я вот часто бывает то, что я ешку зажму, и меня никто не трогает в этот момент. Вот это прям вот именно что, я не знаю, закон подлости. Так. Майнил до 40 РП, пока Сяо не получил. Дюлюка майнил, пока не прокачал Гань, а потом посыпались легендарочки. Так. Можно просто бегать рядом с врагами и ждать, пока они начнут атаковать. У меня дюлюка до сих пор нет. Вот у меня тоже дюлюка нету, я тоже хочу дюлюка. Так. У меня моны нету. А я еще эту хочу, джин. Джин, дюлюка. Ой, я еще хочу. Да, опять не туда зашла. Ну, юань, ничего такое. Не знаю. Ну, это надо в деталях смотреть, чтобы конкретно знать, что они дают. Ну, я так, чисто по внешне, вот, если судить. И чисто вот по тем, за кого уже получалось бегать. То есть за дюлюка нам во время квестов давали побегать. Прикольно, перс. Интересный. Помню, вот за этого давали побегать, но что-то он... Не помню, если честно, что он там давал. Еще за кого-то давали. А не помню. Забавно, мужик. Ну, вот от джин, да, не отказалась бы. Короче, играть не будем сегодня общаться в чате весь день. Так. Так. Он и не так. За Бейду надо смотреть за врагами, а главный хейтер Делюка. Так-то вот, да, значит? Райден по внешке. Ненавижу Делюка. Я денек с Моной и Хутау попробовал дать пару лямов. И как назло... кэш не прокол. Так. Ладно. Ну чё? По квестам все-таки или по вот этим вот новеллам? Что интереснее будет смотреть? Смотреться. Есть Беннет, есть Наэль. Давайте Наэль продолжим, я думаю. Так, ну, галочки там вроде должны были остаться. Все, отправляемся к ней. Да, им можно будет это по подземкам еще пробежаться. Вот. А вы пока это самое... Если хотите поподсказывать, можете написать, какие лучше артефакты для вот этой вот... Для второго отряда-то нашего водно-огненного. Ну и оружие, может, такое. На что именно, на какие характеристики?
I finally get to meet you, honorary knight. I'm Noelle, a maid of the Knights of Favonius.
Так, в Орде Фавониус есть горничные.
Apologies. I've yet to officially join the Knights. As a maid, and in order to be worthy of this armor, I'm currently undergoing the Knights of Favonius chivalric training.
Рыцарское обучение?
Yes, I haven't passed the selection trials yet, but I've been asking senior knights for advice on how to become a true Knight of Favonius. I asked Amber how to make a Baron bunny. Oh, and Kaya's been keeping me busy with various small tasks. I even asked the Spark Knight to pass on her experiences, although Master Jean grounded us shortly after.
Ты очень усердно трудишься.
Actually, I have always wanted to receive guidance from the honorary knight. I was worried that it might be too presumptuous to ask. I've seen you on the streets of Mondstadt occasionally, but I've always been too busy to disturb you. I just finished today's cleaning for the knights and was about to start my training when I saw you. Oh, if it's not too much trouble, could I ask you for some guidance on my chivalric training?
Конечно. С чего начнем?
I'd like to get your opinion on something as a senior knight. I've been keeping up with my maidly duties and nightly exercises, but training progress has been a little slow.
Так, ну давайте первое. Обязанности горничной.
It's really all just cleaning and tidying. Roughly every other day, I do a major cleanup for the Knights of Favonius. Under the beds, the windowsills, nothing can be left out. The smallest corners are the most likely to gather dust. There are also all kinds of smaller domestic tasks, like preparing Captain Kaya's eye patch and helping Miss Lisa keep her bookshelves in order. I'm actually incredibly busy every day. It's just that I always feel like something's missing.
Блин, вот у нее такой голос озвучки приятный, прям вот, я не знаю, мне нравится ее вот этот вот, кто озвучивал и как озвучили. Пиросет имба. Пироданж скам. Самый выгодный данж — это эмблема. Мне с эмблемой вообще не везет. До 45-го РП в подземке за арты. Артами можно даже не ходить. Найти хорошие из сундуков и боссов. И норм. В эмблемах вообще бывает что-нибудь, кроме чего? МС это что? Так, слабую смолу не сливай до 45-го. Ну, я стараюсь вообще ее особо не трогать. Так. тебе не хватает силы, тебе не хватает отдыха. Давайте про отдых. Это как-то менее грубо, что ли, звучит.
Rest? But... Oh, I've still got so much work to do. Besides, I'm still not skilled enough. Any free time that I get should be spent training. If I want to become a real knight soon, I have to continue to put in more effort than the others.
Настоящий рыцарь должен не забывать об отдыхе.
But time is precious. If I rest, I'll feel guilty.
Мастерство стихий. Понятно, понятно. Ну, а разве это не важная штука для некоторых персонажей? У кого на стихиях все завязано. Так. Периодический отдых помогает понять, насколько высока отдача от тренировок. Если ты будешь все время занята, у тебя не будет времени на переосмысление. Первый вариант.
Oh, I really hadn't thought about that. Resting for the sake of training. Oh, so that's why Miss Lisa always has afternoon tea in the library. I get it now.
Ну, я понимаю, что да, не для всех, но я имею в виду там отдельные случаи, скажем так. Так, боюсь, Лиза просто чересчур любит отдыхать. Давай тоже пойдем пить чай.
Oh, okay.
И вы тоже себе приготовьте чаек, потому что у меня мой чаек стоит уже рядышком со мной. Мой пуэрчик любимый. Все, портуемся.
Oh, no need? I should take a break? Oh, okay then. In that case, let's head to Good Hunter and have a look.
Арбузики. Я слышала, что самые хорошие спелые арбузы, по-моему, в сентябре вообще продают. Типа, сейчас они не до конца соспели. Но это вот чисто по тому, что мне говорили. Чё? Козу? Пса? Ну да, это, возможно, еще зависит от места.
What happened? Is there something I can help you with?
Quinn! He's ignoring me again.
But take your time, no rush. I'm here to help.
I noticed Quinn was in a bad mood, so I wanted to call him over for a chat. And a date, I guess.
Oh, a date? So it's that kind of a problem?
Yes. I've been over to him several times today already. But no matter how hard I try to make conversation, he just focuses on his stall and ignores me completely. Noelle, everyone in Mondstadt thinks you're really cute. You must be really popular, right? Can you help me out?
Of course. It's a maid's responsibility to help the residents of Mondstadt. It's just, I don't have any experience in this area.
Even Noelle can't help me.
Oh, please, don't worry. Oh, we also have the honorary knight here. Honorary knight, can you help me?
Так, давайте мы договорились, что сегодня у нас выходной. Я сделаю все, что в моих силах. Сделаю все, что в моих силах.
Thank you.
Давайте для начала проанализируем ситуацию.
Okay. Bee said that Quinn always seems busy and ignores everything she says. But I know that she's often looking for small talk with Quinn.
Может, из-за этой самой болтовни Куину кажется, что Беатрис опять пришла с пустяками. Тут что это, мне кажется, одинаково правдиво. Давайте самый первый вариант.
That's a possibility. In other words, we just need to make Quinn realize that this time is different. For example, by sending him a little gift. Even Quinn would notice the difference a gift would bring. But what kind of gift?
Так, важен не сам подарок, а чувство. Подарок нужен, чтобы передать чувство, поэтому следует тщательно выбрать. Давайте второй вариант.
That's what I think. Everyone has their preferences, So it's important to choose the right gift if you want to get through to them. If it were me, I'd want roses. As for you, Honorary Knight,
Да,
I
заметно,
bet you like
что
handmade things.
ты любишь розы. Так, мне розы нравится ручная работа, но давай лучше подумаем, что понравится Куину.
Oh, yes, I just wanted to try thinking from a different perspective. Quinn, what kind of gift would he like? If I remember correctly, isn't Quinn one of the 4 drunkards of Mondstadt? Perhaps something wine-related would do. But what? Simply thinking about it isn't really helping. Let's go to Marjorie's store and see what's available.
Oh, it's you! Over here, over here.
4 раза, чтобы открыть все концовки, или 4 раза просто по приколу? Так, Немезида тут. Отлично. Ламповые тут. Всего 5 человек в чате. У других слишком много зрителей в чате. Ну, пока подписчиков мало и зрителей, соответственно, поменьше. Но хорошо, что у нас все равно чуть побольше становится. Потому что помню, как первые стримы тут вообще было пусто. Только Немезида и Грей. Кстати, Грея у нас сегодня что-то нету, а? Где у нас Грей сегодня? Так. 4 раза проходил это. Так. И все равно интересно ведь концовки. Ну да, я тоже хочу все концовки открыть. То есть мы на прошлых стримах там за Барбару все концовки открыли. Сейчас будем за как раз таки вот женщину горничную все открывать. Так.
Welcome to With Wind Comes Glory. Well, if it isn't Noelle and the Honorary Knight. And what wind brought the two of you together? I barely ever see Noelle in someone else's company.
Редко.
Well, when Noelle's working, she practically always takes care of things by herself. And once she's finished with A, it's straight off to take care of B. Seems she hardly has time to catch her breath. Say, Noelle, you're not a child anymore, you know? If you don't take time out for yourself, you may come to regret it in the future.
I, decided to take a break today. But something came up.
Oh? So it's a day off with the Honorary Knight? Oh, how wonderful! That's something to celebrate. You must be here to pick out a gift for the Honorary Knight. Choose anything you like. We have a lot that might tickle your fancy.
Так, этот день стоит отметить даже без подарков. На самом деле мы пришли, чтобы помочь выбрать подарок кое-кому другому. На самом деле это я хочу сделать на подарок. Давайте вот этот вариант, то есть скажем честно, что мы пришли выбрать подарок другому человеку.
Aw, so shy. No use denying it, though.
Stop teasing! Me and the Honorary Knight don't have that kind of relationship.
Not yet.
Марджори, у тебя нюх на такие вещи.
I guess. After all, Noelle here is the type that needs a push every now and again. But looks like she's still in the dark when it comes to these things.
I just feel I shouldn't let such things distract me from my chivalric training. Yes, there are too many important things to take care of.
Okay, no more teasing. So, what is the reason for this visit?
Дело вот в чем.
So, you're choosing a gift for B to give to Quinn. In that case, I have a couple of fun new things in stock. A frosting bottle and a squirrel wood carving. The frosting bottle is very useful to keep alcohol cold and fresh for a long time. As for the squirrel wood carving, well, it's a nice ornament and it would look great at Quinn's stall. So, bottle or ornament, which will it be?
Так. Охлаждающая бутыль, наверное. Раз он пьянчуга, как говорили уже до этого.
The frosting bottle. A fitting gift for one of the 4 drunkards. They remembered what I said. Aw.
So frosting bottle it is? Alrighty, let me wrap it up for you.
Okay, now that the gift is wrapped, let's hurry back and give it to B.
Should I choose?
Give the frosting bottle to Quinn? It does look like something that he'd be interested in. Wait. Maybe I can use the gift as bait. I could say that if he wants to get the gift, then he'll have to come on a date with me first. Thank you both so much. With this gift, there's no way Quinn will be able to refuse me.
Uh-huh. Is that how gifts work? Well, as long as it helps.
Oh no!
What's wrong? The gift? Is there something wrong with the gift?
No, it's not the gift. I've been so focused on convincing Quinn, I hadn't even thought about where our date's gonna be.
Не может быть.
I've never gotten to that stage. Noelle, could you help me? A date should be properly planned, so I'll wait. No need to rush.
Just, leave it to me. A date.
Так.
We'll need a place with pleasant scenery and a quiet atmosphere. Let's look around. If we see anywhere good, let's take a picture and let B have the final say. Oh, there's a beautiful and touching tale about Cape Oath. Maybe that would be a good spot.
Тяк. Так, у меня проблема. Кот не хочет выбираться из дамской уборной. Ну, пускай сидит, что он тебе там мешает, что ли? Да, по сути... Так. Ага, это очень удобно, когда нужно босса кто-то считает. Если симп, то качай автоатаку. Привет, Грей. Недавно вот о тебе вспоминали. Сегодня столько народу, я смотрю. Он в чатике аж 8 человек. Ничего себе. Прикольно. Растем. Так, мы с Верой отправляемся туда. Так. Что-то тут еще синенькое. Победить всех монстров. Обнаружена опасность. Да, фиг с ними, с монстрами. Пойдемте лучше свидание организовывать. Господи. Вы кто такие? А, ну да, вот, кстати, здесь я заметила за собой то, что я ешку использую не по назначению. Вот бывает такое, вот они когда заморожены, типа, чтоб молнию использовать. Все, сдулся. Так. С дивана. Дела. Только домой зашел. Сигна нема, только крафт. Ну, на ее сигну я бы не стал тратиться. Но я по себе сужу. Так. Так. Это нам вниз, я так понимаю, да? Нет. Не вниз. Вот сюда.
Okay, faster. Oh, you can see Falcon Coast from here. Such a beautiful view. Let's find a good angle and take a picture.
Так. Что-то не то, да, я делаю? Ага. Нет, все правильно. Так, теперь вот сюда. О, так. Это явно где-то на горе. Мы отсюда подниматься тяжело будет. Давайте отсюда попробуем протянуться.
Let's head to Star Snatch Cliff next. Star Snatch Cliff. Another beautiful location.
Да, вот, то есть я их
This place is super famous for its nightscape.
То есть я их замораживаю и молнией после этого сразу же бью, чтобы камбушка была.
One,
Так.
two, three, two, three, four.
Волка. А если от этого телепорта? Тогда, ну там тот ближайший телепорт, он находится внизу. О, во. Вот здесь сразу поднимемся. Нормально. Так. Редко здравомыслие в чатах стримов видишь. Да, этот нужен, да, я знаю. Не, мне, кстати, даже немножко забавно то, что вы тут сидите, там что-то вот свои какие-то эти обсуждаете, как это сказать-то. Кто как прокачивается, кто как проходит. То есть, ну, грубо говоря, не заскучайте, пока диалоги идут. Так. Что такое красное там наверху? На скале. Ты, это что такое? Что это? Что это? Что это? О, убираем. А, это испытание. Ну да, испытание. Ну, и испытание подождет. Пригодятся. О, мужик, ты что там стоишь? Наемник черного пса. Ну ладно, он нас не трогает, и ладно. Это не та игра, где можно сраться. Но мне кажется, вот знаешь, кому надо, они в любой игре, в любом стриме найдут повод. Опять же, вот даже с этой игрой сколько стримов было, вот я заметила, сколько людей, столько и мнений. Каждый предлагал свои какие-то варианты отрядов, прокачки. То есть мне в свое время вот эту вот цицу прям навязывали, я не хотела за нее играть. Помню, там, я не знаю, вот сейчас других персонажей мне все предлагают. Так, со скольки до скольки? А, ну, мы можем сделать. Пойдет? Или не пойдет? Да вы что расселись тут? С 19 до 24. Время, блин, сколько? 22. Давайте вот так вот сделаем. Ну, насчет Атхио не знаю. Она именно заморозкой больше мне нравится. То есть... Что? Что я делаю не так? Так вот? О, все, понятно. Надо не красоты фотографировать, а сам утес.
option should do it. Oh, let's go to Windrise.
Так. О Чиче мечтают все, кто крутит ивентовый баннер. Качая физ Чичу. Но она у меня, по-моему, через дамаг, насколько я знаю. Ну, в любом случае, то есть вот она именно мне для камбушки хороша. То есть Барбара плюс Чича. Типа, чтобы они замораживались, и, соответственно, легче их было бить. Контроль. Да, да, вот именно контроль. Есть легенда, что контент вперед ногами выносит. Ну, это кринж. Чича только хиллер. Я что-то вот... Мне интересно глянуть. О, а я и особо-то и не бью никого, я чисто этой ешкой. Так. Просто я как-то от Хила-то не замечала, но возможно, что он был, да. Ну, точнее, невозможно, а как бы это. Но она мне вот именно в первую очередь для вот заморозки нужна. Помеченные талисманом фортуна враги при получении урона восстанавливают хп. Ну, я нубас, да. Что теперь? Бывает.
Look over there, the Windrise tree, symbol of the great hero Vanessa.
You're pretty excited, huh, Noelle?
Sorry. Where were we?
Nice! The scenery... That should do it. Let's get back to B.
One, two.
Ну вот Барбара у нас как раз таки в качестве хила за счет ешки, за счет ульты, там иногда по ситуации. Вот. То есть я ешку врубаю, и это, чтобы пассивный хил шел. Но Элька меня отхиливает за счет щита. Насчет Цицы я что-то как-то даже забыла, что она хил, потому что вот да, я больше акцент на ДД делала. Причем, я не знаю, у нее, в принципе, оружие это достаточно такое сильное. Я не знаю, может, ну, как бы, как по мне, она неплохо бьет с меча, но я особо ее не использую в качестве основного дамагера. То есть мне именно ешка нужна в первую очередь.
Oh, you guys are back. What romantic locations did you find?
Так, вы так много пишете, я не успеваю прочитывать. Так. Замораживать, выдавать потом сверхпроводник для уменьшения брони. Так. Три хила в отряде, да, я знаю. Манёнок у Цицы хилят от атаки. Так, сейчас, наверное, те смолу надо тратить в артерии, чтобы не... Вот я думаю сейчас, вот, да, на стриме сходить куда-нибудь вот по этим всяким басецким. Там посмотрим, типа, по приключениям или по каким-то вещам. Сегодня как раз воскресенье. Некоторые вещи-то там для возвышения и прочего дают по воскресеньям. Вот. За одним потратим. Так, мой темнокожий властелин, привет. Я пока соло игрок, поэтому сорян. Чича зомби, да, она зомби. Я читала ее историю, забавная история про то, что она там и зарядку вот эту вот постоянно делает, чтобы у нее не затвердели мышцы. Так. Мору копить и книжки надо. Какие книжки? Вот за это, пожалуйста, пояснительную бригаду. Так, любит кокосовое молоко уже. Да. Претендент в помощники. Ну вот. Так. Тут на самом деле много кто предлагает помощь. Вот. Но пока это пока в слово. Так. Какие места нашли? Мы с Верой, учет звездолова. Мы с Верой.
Cape oath. As in, maybe taking a relationship oath? Sounds great! You can see the sea from there, right? I love the sea.
Well, what do you think about Windrise? May your love be as free as a dandelion.
Windrise? That's a great location. But isn't it a bit cliché?
Huh? Cliché?
Well, old folks are always going on about something symbolic about that place. Besides, we've been there so many times when we were young. It just feels like there's nothing special or new about it.
Oh. Okay.
I'm going with Cape Oath. Thanks so much. I'm off to find Quinn. Quinn, I wonder what kind of oath he'll make to me.
Is Windrise no longer popular? But the book said that it was the most popular place in Mondstadt.
А когда были написаны эти книги?
I'm not sure. I found it while cleaning a corner of the library. It was the story of Windrise and Lady Vanessa. I thought folks in Mondstadt would still like to go there.
Хочешь пойти туда со мной?
Huh? You wanna go to Windrise?
Будем считать это нашим последним перерывом на сегодня.
Oh, okay. Follow me.
Так. Как тебе по внешке Ганьюй? Так, а на секундочку. Так, это кто у нас? Ганьюй. Ганьюй. Я их по именам плохо помню. Кого-то помню, кого-то нет. Кстати, да, у нее это козочка. Которая еще и засыпает на ходу. Реально рога, как у козочки. Ну, забавно выглядит, я бы сказала.
Cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it.
That's a nice haul.
На заднем фоне чувак монетки с фонтана чарует. Да он тут постоянно скачет в этом фонтане. Монетки собирает.
15.
Чем выше РП, тем больше опыта.
That's a nice haul.
Да, я смотрю, тут все такие прокачанные прям. Ну, у меня, по-моему, уже сколько... Я просто вне стримов мало сижу, у меня поэтому вообще ранг качается дольше. Карту мне, пожалуйста. Так. Иди сюда. И ты иди сюда. Поймали.
The air here really refreshes you in an instant. Forget about training and work. Just breathe and feel the wind. Nothing else.
Ты можешь приходить сюда, когда захочешь.
That's true. But training and work are still the things I need to focus on. If I didn't take them seriously, I wouldn't be a reliable maid.
Должно быть, это утомительно.
Yes, to some degree. But Lady Vanessa and Master Jean, they worked much harder than me. I know I have a lot to live up to. That's why I want to become a real Knight of Favonius. To help more people.
У тебя уже есть самое главное черта рыцаря, помогать людям, вот что для них главное. Помогать людям, вот что для них главное.
Really? Thank you. If you weren't here today, I wouldn't have been able to help Bee. It's just a small token of appreciation, but I hope you'll accept it. Roses are my favorite flower. This is a paper one that I folded by hand.
Кась, меняй стиль на гаремник. Ой, да ладно, то что ничего такого нету, между прочим. Ты знаешь, что означают розы?
Of course. In Mondstadt, roses represent the saying, as wine bottles are corked, so too my lips are sealed. I have seen and learned a lot during our time together. It will become a wonderful memory. One that I will savor again and again. I want it to remain in my heart and become a secret between the two of us. Wait, do you mean that roses have some meaning that I don't know about?
Блин, я опять жалею, что играю не за мужского персонажа. Так. Нет, ничего такого.
Oh, I'll need to go back to the library and find out. Still, whatever a rose means, I hope that this one can stay by your side in all your future adventures. Before I'm able to fight alongside you, honorary knight.
Шепот бумажной розы. Значение розы живет лишь в наших сердцах. Так. Ты 9 исправил реран на ресторатора лол. Хоть одно сердечко потеряла. Нет, вот я на все 5 сердец прошла, между прочим. Сяо кринж. Сяо скучный по мне. Есть казах. С1 буду С2 пытаться. И сигну. Так. Давайте посмотрим. Что там по это. Реально, блин, гаремник какой-то. Вот она. Забираем награду. А мы что получили, получается? Ага. После передышки еще вариант. После гости издалека. И вот сюда еще что-то пойдет. Ладно, давайте по подземкам по каким-нибудь побегаем. Вот, во-первых, я хотела глянуть геогипостазис, одолейте в одиночку. Откройте 5 усыпальниц глубин. Пояснительную бригаду, пожалуйста, по поводу 5 усыпальниц и 2 из 5. Так. Иди в гаремник. Так, я тоже жду казаха. Проходи основную сюжетку. Кстати, да, почему я не прохожу основную сюжетку? Я забыла. У меня там вроде что-то какой-то подвох был. То ли ранг не соответствовал, то ли что. А нет. Давайте в одну какую-нибудь типа подземки или боссика сходим и отправимся по сюжетке. Так, что там надо по книжке одолеть в одинокого? Получится, так получится. Не получится, так не получится. Только вот где он? Я забыла. А, вот ты где. Будем, да, на острове файтиться с этой штукой противной. Так, не в ту сторону. Ух ты. Кристальчики. Так. Так. Ну-ка, мне интересно вот эту вашу женщину попробовать сейчас. Нет. Чисто не ради боя, конечно, с боссом. Так, ой, не то. Прикольно. Ага. По воде так быстро добираться. Да, кстати, я ж могу... Ой. Ой. Чуть-чуть не хватило. Ладно. Сейчас вон там пробежим. Мне интересно было просто попробовать на... Вот буквально немножко не хватило на самом-то деле. Так. Не хочу его отслеживать, чтобы квест-то пускай висит. Так, здравствуйте. До свидания. Да отстаньте вы.
Life goes on.
Так. Какие, а? Противные. Давай, иди в воду. Все, утонул мальчик. Ах ты, гад. Так, ладно. Все, отправляемся дальше. Мой крабик. Так. Сейчас будешь файтиться с тарталеткой. Гео на острове, каменный лес. Так, на этих островах есть как раз одна усыпальница. Это не так работает. Смотри, не утони. Так, это понятно, не хватит. Там обойти может. Да, я знаю, что можно обойти. Есть такой лайфхак с Бейдол. Яньфэй. Салютик. Так, я потерялся. Все, я нашелся. Картошечку соберем. Цветочек заберем. Так, нам на тот остров. Я не туда. Валим, валим, валим. Все, нашла. Да, потому что вот этот вот, я говорю, то, что они хорошо в резонанс входят, огонь и молния. Поэтому молния, вот типа Бейдо, она хорошо заходит с теми, кто все поджигает вокруг. Ну что... Будет жестко. Да дайте мне персонажа переключить. Ничего не вижу. Так. Нет, надо щит включить. Чтоб нас тут не настукали. Так. Ух ты. Было больно. Все. Ух ты, ух ты, ух ты. Тихо, отбегаем. Обратно. Все. Давайте еще похилим цицу. Так, не откатился щит. Фигою. Так, тут мы это... Где ж ты там есть-то? Так, чтоб побольше урона. Все, тихо. Так.
Go, Barbara, go!
Ух ты. Так, тихо. Где? Не вижу. Слышу, но не вижу. А! А, блин. Ешка-то в откате. Давайте пиратку нашу отхилим. Ну да, урона маловато против, конечно, такой штуки. Я сейчас пока в чатик не смотрю, если что. Мне немножко не до этого. Так, водичка на него вообще не действует, конечно. А вот так вроде задевают. Так, что дальше? Ух ты, ух ты, ух ты. А, запас сил закончился. Так. Отбегаем. Ждем. Так, пока есть возможность, бежим своим шагом. А! Блин, быстро же он выходит. Из... Ой, фигово. Запаса сил не было. Так, серьезно, я даже добежать не успеваю. Так. Ага, опять эти штуки наставил. Да, извиняюсь. Кашель, конечно, еще не до конца отступил. Блин, это было близко. Ой, зря. Зря. Блин, и не убежать-то никуда. Поешь блинчиков. Да, и ульты нету. Давай, ешь, кат. Так, ну тебя нафиг. Хилимся. Тихо, 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 тихо. Больной, зараза, такой. Тихо, тихо, все, не ломай. Не ломай. Подожди. Так, еще не откатилась. Ой-ой-ой-ой, тихо. Блин, хотела же ешку прожать. Ох, чё ж так это? Ешка-то. Так. Где-то у нас есть. О, вот так побольше урона. С этой с пассивкой цица. Так, отхиливаем нашу жирную Барбару.
Leave it all to me.
Так, это что еще за шняга? Так, да, мы можем из нее выйти. Как же далеко бежать-то?
Let the show begin.
Так, немного с ульты нанесем урона. О, как пошло-то. Так, так, так. Давай, тебе только одна дорога, туда.
Let's dance. Life goes on.
Все, так вот комбим, комбим, комбим. Так. Немножко осталось. Да, опасненько. Так, успели убежать.
Steady as stone.
Да, вот так вот. Хрен тебе. Ох ты ж. Так, бьем, 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 бьем.
Time to clean up.
Так.
Someone needs assistance.
Соседние, конечно, не достаем. Жалко. Блин, отхилилась, сволочь, а.
Let the show begin.
Так, блин, перелетел. Я надеюсь, что успею сломать ее до того, как он это... Тихо, тихо, тихо. Ой, вы там написали уже, похоже, всего много. Ща, я закончу, я загляну обязательно в чат. Ух ты! Вот это больно. Так, тихо, сильно близко не подходим. Пока хилимся. Все, тихо, тихо, тихо. На всякий случай щит включаем. Так, ну что, ты все еще там? Портанулся. Так. Отлично. Где? Бьем, 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 бьем. Все. Я это сделал. Все, давайте сейчас заберем награду и будем читать. Там написано... О, вот это вот мне нужна штука для возвышения. Да, все хорош. Сразу давайте посмотрим. На Элька возвысить. Возвысить. Все, повысили на Эльку. Так, подождите. Так, забираем вот это вот. Все. Так, все, читаю. Так, это... Ага, с ешкой. Как же долго, аж непривычно. Да, вот прям вообще слишком долго, я бы даже сказала. А теперь самое сложное — 3 колонны сломать. Колонны лучше ломаются от его урона. Вообще, вот 3 колонны я только одну успела, да, сломать, к сожалению. Точнее, одну не успела сломать, 2. Он поэтому отхилился, зараза. Забираем все эти награды. Сразу несколько зайцев убили одним махом. А вот теперь предлагаю отправляться по основному квесту. Мы в тебя верили. Спасибо, спасибо. Так. Угу. Так. Так не получится пройти. О, овчарки. Овтяльки. О, акитаину. Да? Не вижу. Типа акит. Только какие-то они странные. У акиты хвост колечком. И ушки немножко по-другому. Чуть-чуть вперед они как бы стоят. Дача с тортиком. Ага. Так. Так, нам куда-то наверх. И наш чай остыл. Так, куда нам? Это сюда. Но направляйтесь в золотую палату, понятно. Да, все правильно, идем. Одиночный режим. Еще какое-то это испытание.
Wow! This is the golden house? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of mora. This is where all of Tibet's mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few mora go missing.
Возьмешь хоть одну монету, и тебе крышка.
Oh, so it's a trap. Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of mora. It's like a dream come true.
Давай сначала проверим экзувию.
Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here?
Кажется, он без сознания.
Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the exuvia is all right.
Так, ну давайте посмотрим, что ж тут. Блин, прикольно. А туда спрыгнуть можно? А я потом заберусь? О, прикольно. Сколько монеток.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
Как ты здесь оказался?
Where should I start? Well, I've never been one to beat around the bush, you know. But who could have possibly guessed that the god of Geo would mysteriously perish the very moment I arrived in Liyue, and that the exuvia would subsequently be hidden away? If it weren't for that lovely little rite of parting ceremony you put together, it would have taken me a whole lot longer to get the information I needed. stopping the more immense, hiding away the exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the gnosis from inside the exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires.
Я этого не допущу.
I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there?
Не смогу победить тебя? Это ты ничего не понимаешь.
Fighting talk, I love it. Now let's see you live up to it. This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with the Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Так.
Cowering already?
О, больно было ему.
Poor timing. Passable effort. How unbecoming.
Life goes on.
Так. Так-то изи. Давай, бей. Блин, я думаю, не дотянемся, дотянулись.
I must leave no stone unturned. Let the show be.
Вот сбежал, гад.
Wide open. Cowering already?
Тихо, тихо, тихо.
Leave it all to.
So quick to flee.
Wheel of life.
How unbecoming. Guess I should take you more seriously. Good. No wonder Senor was so wary of you.
Как он отхилился?
That just means I can go all out. Brace yourself.
А, он сменил это. Понятно.
Now, show me what you can do against the might of a harbinger.
Ой-ой-ой.
All you do is run.
Где? Ах ты какой быстрый, а? Так. Тихо, тихо, тихо. Где? Аккуратно.
Steady as. Let's dance. Life goes on.
Блин. Да, конечно, молния против молнии такое себе, но все же. Есть.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected. Well then, I'll be taking Morax's gnosis now. Huh? I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Да я не то, что про нее забываю, я ее скорее экономлю. Но в данном случае, мне кажется, лучше сразу сдавать, да. О. Йоу. Ну, хотя смотря по чью ульту. Так, тихо. Ждем, пока все откатится. 3, 2, 1.
I must leave. I'll protect us. Go.
Его, чувствую, долго будем стукать. Мы ему мало урона наносим уже. Но, естественно, эффекты контроля на него действовать не будут. Как бы нам не хотелось. Ой, тихо, 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 тихо. Куда пошел? Тихо. О, как он больно-то снес.
Die here.
Такая музыка, кстати, прикольная. Последний удар, насколько я знаю, он самый мощный. Мы что-то с Немезидой про это читали, что вот именно если так вот, то самый последний удар, он типа самый больной. Тихо. Тихо, тихо, тихо. Опять цица подставилась. Ну хотя бы, да, неубиваемые, отхиливаются как черти. Так, тихо. Вовремя. Ну, бей меня. Не хочет он меня бить, пока я в щите. А, тихо, тихо, тихо. Кстати, прикольно у него вот эта способность с рыбой. Звуки такие прикольные. Так, где он? Тихо, 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 тихо. Да. Все, отлично. Еще и ачивку получили.
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be?
Потому что я собираю силу 7 элементов.
You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Властелин камня жив?
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How could an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission! Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Я видела исследования своими глазами.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing. Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on? Exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti! What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Chising. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Chising, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is... not necessarily.
What? But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Chi-Sing did once research the matter of the Guizhong ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
Yep.
Эпичненько так. Ох, сейчас нам с этими толпами сражаться. Хи-хи. Где кто? Да, куда-то там.
Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you. One wishes to witness.
Так. Вижу. Там, скорее всего, сейчас появится. Да. Эти куда пошел? О, прикольно. Блин, жалко. Чё так больно? Ой, а чё так больно? Да вставай. Блин, ульту, конечно, зря использовала. Ты, зараза, тоже электрический, да? Так. Ай, ты чё там стоишь? Ну-ка, пошел вон. Ой, ну, блин, а вот это уже мисклик. Иди сюда. Ты зараза, когда тебя далеко бежать-то. Где кто? Блин.
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your
Так.
fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
Ну, хорошо, хоть они большую часть времени как истуканы стоят.
He's liking a fight.
Где кто?
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
Ой, тихо, тихо, тихо. Прям по нам целятся, а, зараза?
Someone needs assistance.
Где?
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy.
Жестко.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
Так, бежим, 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 бежим. Давай. Так. Все, и сюда, 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 скорее.
Leave it all to... I'll protect us. Wheel of life.
Быстро же ульта копится. Офигеть. Только что сдавали.
Exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak.
Так,
In
вот
other
этого.
words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Let the show begin. Life goes on.
Power that isn't Python!
Так, кого? Вижу. Давай, беги скорее. Еще минуту.
Leave it all to... Let's dance. Faster. Okay.
Eyes on me!
The Patui's numbers are thinning.
Ох, как все тут динамично-то.
Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to
Ась.
deal with the god in peace.
20 секунд. Ох. Все.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Как-то так. Убей водяного, он их хилит.
Finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Мы все заодно.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Когда защитники и те, кого они защищают, не могут договориться, восстановить гармонию непросто.
Right. That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the four winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Такой урок мы получили в городе Свободы.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millilith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millilith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Думаешь, нам удалось их переубедить?
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, conqueror of demons.
Yes, one understands what the conqueror of demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh?
Как ты и говорила.
Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own, so Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death too?
Так, давайте смотреть. Смотреть наши достижения. Так, на этот раз можешь идти, одолеть Чайлда, шедший с рельсов, одолеть Архонта Вихрей. Да? Так, давайте протанемся, чтобы не бежать по городу. Так, поздравляем, спасибо. К слову о ядерных двигателях. Да в смысле протуся? Чё не нажалось-то? Так. Что тут? Ага. О, сундук. Сейчас разберемся. И задним сюда залезем.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng funeral parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
Сэдик, не знаю, что ты там отправил, но у меня почему-то оно не отображается. Так, что надо сделать? Так, ага, найдите. Сейчас найдем. Я откуда знаю, когда я его открою? Какой там ему 45-й нужен? Тогда докачаюсь. Так. Ага. Так, поднимаемся.
You call this cooperation between harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
Сеньора.
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
Дыши, сохраняй спокойствие.
Well, if it isn't you two, This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on.
Сеньора и Джун Ли?
So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Да у нас главный герой вообще как будто глухонемой. За него Паймон все время разговаривает. Так, соглашение.
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
How sanctimonious.
Джон Ли властелин камня?
What? So you're the Lord of Chio? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Зачем ты симулировал собственную смерть?
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky and all of Lyric goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Chising to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue.
Тебе понравилась концовка спектакля?
Indeed I was. The Gnosis, which I had kept for so many years, suddenly seemed to have lost its meaning. That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, The resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all!
Ha! On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark!
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight?
So, меня с Чайлдом тоже обманули.
Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Я хочу знать, что тебе предложил Крyo-Архонт.
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Ух, вы там в чатике-то написали сколько. Капец, тут болтовни, конечно, в игре. Так, давайте посмотрим. Так, зато Пайман отрывается за троих. Почему за троих? Кто третий? Один из самых забавных... Да, кстати, есть в Скайриме мод, который добавляет Пайман туда. Так. Я в первый раз услышал, как главный герой говорит только в прохождении сюжетки 2.7. Кстати, по-моему, в каких-то видосиках есть, где она разговаривает, чисто в этих, как они, вроде как, ну, как это называется? Ну, короче, синематики, видосики. Так. Консерваторка такая, да, жаль, сеньора не будет игровой никогда, за такую даму приятно побегать. Правая рука королевы. Ну, хз насчет сеньора, бау, да, далее. А ведь такой потенциал криво каталиста, если не путаю. Так, сеньору кокнули, куда ее в игровые? Долго воскресить, что ли, или еще копию придумают, как из Райден, что-нибудь похожее. Каким образом ты ее воскресишь? Поговорим о генной инженерии. Райден не умерла. Так. Так. Так, если прокачать персонажу все созвездия, он будет выпадать в молитве дальше, и если да, что с ним делать? Будет конвертироваться в блеск. Будет давать за него 5 звезд на покупку крутки в магазе. Это там же, где ежемесячный магаз. Понятно. Как то третий? Самомнение Пайман, аппетит Пайман, и она сама. Того 3. Понятно. Да, Пайман она такая. Ладно, выходим отсюда.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake,
так.
we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Давайте посмотрим, как туда добраться. Хихи. Так куда ты лезешь, женщина? Так, что за подлаги? Я не поняла. Ой, извиняюсь. Там в банке огромный сундук на 30 косарей мора или 50 вроде. А мы уже ушли оттуда, ладно, пофиг. Потом как-нибудь возвращаться туда долго. А как бы мора-то хватает. Так. Давайте вот сюда.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Так, здоровье, спасибо. Вспомнил, кроме Сосяу, еще и на Эль до 6 докачивать. А там как бы не 300 косарей мора. Эх.
Oh, well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think? I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
Так, ну давайте, ладно, вернемся в этот банк. Только я забыла, где он там находился-то? Ювелирный дом. Магазин игрушек. Если он тут вообще отмечен. Так, ну мы пришли оттуда. Нет. Да. Да. Так, банк. Слушайте, а я, честно, не помню. Куда полезла женщина? Так, по-моему, мы сверху откуда-то, да, спускались? Я просто в этом, вот именно в этом городе я очень плохо ориентируюсь. Типа я тут почти не бегаю даже. Я не помню, если честно, где он. А куда ты лезешь? Так. Также в этом банке можно обменивать кошельки, что задания остаются, можно обменять на Мору. Да, ее еще 2 ляма. А через 5 секунд 2 косаря остается, если персы качаешь. Не туда, напротив. Тут на крышах. Ну, на крышах-то сундуки, да, знаю. Так, подожди, куда не туда, напротив? Здесь, в смысле, где-то? Ох, мой топографический кретинизм. Так, тут нет дверей. Так, чайная. А, подождите, может, это сюда, наверх? Нет? О, это что такое? О, чистый кристалл. Неплохо. Неплохая находка. А вот, Влад. Да. Екатерина. Ну-ка, сейчас поболтаем, только сначала я хочу глянуть тут все. Ух ты! А остальные нельзя, да, вскрыть? Жалко. Ничего себе! А ты что нам скажешь? Поменять деньги, а можно посмотреть? Так, подождите. Это вот эти кошельки, они типа больше никуда не пригодятся, да? Ну ладно. О! Косарей. Понятно. Управляющий банк. А ты что скажешь интересного? Ты ничего не скажешь интересного. Прикольно. Это для чайника. Музыку в нем менять. Чего? Так. Поняла. Золотая штучка-то это для чайника. Тихо, не упасть бы. Все, перебрались. Просто женщина-паук.
Hear ye all, the Chi-Sing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Chi-Sing's announcement said.
Властелина камня не убивали.
So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Chi-Sing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands?
Может быть.
Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
Так. Потом тебе чайник дадут, будешь в нем гарем строить. Что? Так, какой у тебя ник? Примешь мою заявку. Ну, как бы, смотри, я пока сижу в соло, то есть без группы. Вот. Поэтому вот. Из кого состоит твой гарем в чайнике, Бобик? Да, у меня там солянка ща, у кого дружба не докачана. Интересно, что за гарем? Что за чайник? Так. Что делать? Куда идти, да? А где мы? Мы как раз неподалеку. О, церемония.
Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young. The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa.
Wow, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Наш главный герой заговорил. Прикиньте. Ой, так. Достижения. Сейчас я чатик почитаю, секунду. Так. Чайник безмятежности, понятно. Аналогично. Заявка. Можно выбрать, на каком острове можешь жить. Твоя личная обитель, много там строить можно, островки можно, свой дом. Прикольно, я тоже хочу такой чайник. Ну, ник. Вот. В общем, вся информация. Вот. Но сразу говорю то, что я в соло сижу. Все. Так, что делать? Примите участие в церемонии.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our deeds come up for their review.
А, тупо с ними побазарить? Понятно. Ух ты, сколько вас тут. А ты есть кто? А то я как-то даже не в курсе, что у меня тут заявки накиданы. А, понятно. Так.
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite. There's much that remains to be done. I didn't miss anything, did I?
Так, и вот с этой мадамой.
Why you? Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless? If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
Мистер Икс еще. Ну ладно. Так. Все, приняла. Так. Теперь нам надо побазарить с этим мужичком. О, я думаю, это с ним кто-то сидит, это просто птица.
Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinyue kiosk.
That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do lack the Mora.
А почему у Моракса нет Моры?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon, so I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you.
Это было отличное путешествие.
That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed.
Закрыто?
Yes. The nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
Сёгунат Инадзумы?
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles.
Небесному. Небесный порядок?
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Так, ща я гляну. Только вот, диалоги закончатся, я посмотрю. Так, расскажи о суде.
Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Cheesing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Cheesing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know?
Насчет Цисин?
The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Cheesing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Cheesing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wished?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo-Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Cheesing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Ладно, нам пора идти.
Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Все, задание выполнено, продолжение следует. Так, давайте посмотрю. Так, я не туда смотрю. Да, вот Бобик. Угу. Чудеса света получить. Так. О, чайник, полная чаша. Так.
Exactly is it.
Так, это, я так понимаю... Так, задание мира, подождите, легенд. Задание архонтов. Завершите другие задания, чтобы продолжить. Да, нам пока, похоже... Лiyue, ну это понятно. Но дальше мы пройти не можем. Да? Ща гляну. Секундочку, прогрузится. Я поменяла ссылку. Сейчас должна работать, по идее. Так. Стопы. А что еще? Что нам тут восклицательные знаки показывают еще какие-то? О, созвездие. Блин, я ее через ветер хотела раскачивать. Ладно. Такс. Это вот этот чайник мы получим за вот этот квест, да? Ну все, тогда идем делать его. Да, я там поменяла, там это неправильно было написано. Как-то даже не заметила. С прошлого стрима причем взяла ссылку. Странно.
Children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Я просто сделала то, что должна была сделать.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy.
Создавать пространство?
Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
Безделушка?
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
Какого материала?
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days.
Что это за материал?
Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glaze lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the Adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
А кто эта малышка?
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yen Fei, I believe you've already heard of the traveler and her traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chising. What a shame.
Очень жаль.
A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Ты правда адепт?
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Звучит очень...
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
Is that so? But Smaragdus jadeite is really rather essential. Yenfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. it is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krusel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some smaragdus jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some.
Я тоже пойду.
Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
Так, у друзей можно смотреть персонажей. На Аву надо нажать. Там есть стенд персов. До 8 можно на обозрение выложить. Стенд персонажей? А где его искать? Ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Интересно. А типа, а как их на обозрение-то выставить? Давайте у кого-нибудь посмотрим. Ради интереса. Ну-ка. Посмотреть. Ага. Ничего себе. 39. седьмой ранг приключения, уровень мира 8. Мне до этого еще расти и расти. Ладно, потом поразбираюсь. Так. Давайте по квесту дальше. Да, слезь ты. Сколько ж тут всяких квестов побочных. Бух. Здравствуйте.
Hello, Mr. Krusel. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhiqiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Ms. Jiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Да не, я имею в виду то, что потом выставлю вне стрима когда-нибудь. Вот. Да я просто немножко это так прифигела, то, что чувак молодец, только прокачался. Так, контракт с четко обозначенной ценой.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Chow lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Вот, кстати, по поводу повышения уровня меры. У меня как раз на каком-то, на 36-м или на каком-то там будет квест. Вот. То есть мне там недолго до квестика осталось. Так. Куды? О. Хорошо, обошли.
Oh, whatever shall I do?
Так. Так. Но если не повысить уровень мира, то РП перестанет качаться. Ну, я говорю, то есть там уже это, скоро квест, я смотрела, должен быть доступен. Так. Привет. Танжиро ТВ. Точнее, будет капать только опыт РП. Прошу прощения, вы госпожа Джицао?
Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Miss Chow? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice.
Зачем вам шпильки на прокат?
My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of déjà vu?
Здесь я обычно говорю, я помогу тебе.
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Miss Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Jiqiao somehow.
Но это нечестно по отношению к Рослю.
True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossel the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh no.
Uh-oh. Chicho looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item and I should pay compensation per the contract.
Но это очень много денег.
However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Smooth to the touch, finest quality jade.
Что такое?
No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
Так, ну давайте вернемся.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus Jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus Jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossel.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Сколько ж болтовни-то, а? Так, ну что, давайте к ним туда. Так, ну-ка, протуся, я сказала. Так, Что-то я прикола не поняла. Во.
Miss Yanfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
Не изумрудный нефрит?
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I have deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
Какое подробное описание.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yanfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track.
Слово «контракт» звучало столько раз.
It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yanfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
Выглядит довольно сложно.
Alright, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy.
Нужна моя помощь?
Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yanfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore? Ha! I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
В группе ВК? Тебе зачем? О, что-то мы упали.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss Yanfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossell enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnayan merchant named Crossell, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Так, ну что ж, давайте посмотрим.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings.
Зеленого нефрита?
Yes. It's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental side a shot. So, did you find anything?
Я не вижу здесь элементального отпечатка.
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time.
4-й час. Нормально. Ну, я не знаю, скоро, скорее всего, может, через полчаса уже где-то закругляться будем. Вот. Но пока квестик делаем. Почему Шатоу не смог их отличить?
These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossell...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Так, давайте теперь к дядьке вернемся.
Miss Yanfei, Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus Jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus Jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yanfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Sinxie. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How come you know so many people?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know?
Гик, ну типа Горбац и Кася. Вот. Да чё имя? Чё это имя? Меня даже друзья некоторые Каси все время называют. Имя, конечно, знают, но типа все равно Кася есть Кася. Это все способности адептов.
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Sinxie.
Что такие диалоги-то длинные, реально. Скоро усну тут. Так. Короче, добежать.
Someone needs assistance.
Вот ты там подмигиваешь. Меня вот немножко напрягает, что подлаги какие-то есть. Посадочка маленькая.
Oh, Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time...
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossell asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossell? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Sinxie, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossell commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Krosel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinxi. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again!
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
Возможно, это и есть суть работы консультанта по юридическим вопросам.
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
Байджу?
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
А, парень со змеей с этим недорачимару. Так. Опортанемся. Ой, если бы тут еще танцы были. Честно, вот не любитель, знаешь, там всяких фильмов, где вот эти вот вставки прям с танцами, с песнями и прочим. Вот эти вот музыкальные фильмы вообще не люблю. Не знаю. Типа музыка должна быть отдельно. Так.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baiju guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossell.
Да, полетели к этому дядьке. Сейчас мы с ним поговорим. Иваныч. Иваныч. Здорово. Так, где-то там есть.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question.
Давайте первое.
This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus jadeite and Smaragdus nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler.
Ну, давайте второе доказательство.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall serve as decisive proof of our case.
Ну и, конечно же, доказательства из хижины Бубу.
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus Jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus Jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
He's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
Так вот, что значит консультант по юридическим вопросам.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus Jadeite in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus Jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus Jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Почему тогда вы хотели, чтобы госпожа Зhiciao выплатила такую большую компенсацию?
Exactly. If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus Jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Ms. Zerchow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite!
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Zhiqiao, you...
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yanfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus Jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever. It'll do.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yanfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Ms. Zerchow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Уму непостижимо.
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution.
Никогда не встречала таких адептов.
An adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Это нельзя объяснить обычной рациональностью.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Да, давайте, а то она реально уже бедная там заждалась, наверное, нас. Так, портуемся. Такс. И бежим к ней. Так. Что ж такое запас сил-то быстро заканчивается? Давай залазь, ты сможешь. И она тут где-то должна быть, вот она.
You've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite?
Да, все благодаря Янь Фэй.
Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye. Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis.
Поистине уникальный адепт.
Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew.
Бабушка?
All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
А это долго?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment. There we go. This Serenity Pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Спасибо.
Wait a minute, Granny. How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Теперь у нас есть чайник. Б. Так, меню инструментов. Разместить. Войти. А что надо? Получите шелковый принт, чтобы открыть. В смысле, а что надо делать? А что надо сделать, чтобы его открыть? Чтобы вот это все открыть? Выбрать. Установить его. Изумрудный пик. Не. Остров свежести. Прикольно. А типа можно несколько вообще выбирать или как? Или только один? Ну вот мне нравится плавучая обитель. Или остров. Это нам недоступно. Ну-ка, народ, не спать. Давайте плавучая обитель. Ого.
Seems even bigger inside than that Pink's. There's even a great big house in the middle too. Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it.
Кася в чайнике, да. Пойман, иди выкопай яму и живи пока в ней.
Hey, there's a perfectly good house right over there. Why should Paimon have to live in a hole in the ground? Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Так, нам, кстати, много чего доступно. Ну-ка. Восклицательный знак. Сравнивая рост популяции. Так, ну это понятно. Тут у нас еще что-то было. О, шкатулка для хранения. Герой инструктора. Часы берсерка. Боевая маска. О, прикольно. Здесь все у нас сделано. Запри ее в доме, а ключ потеряй. О. Так. О, ну с этим, конечно, долго сейчас придется разбираться. Так, подождите. Так, я тут. Откроется после завершения. А что это за кнопка? Так. Подробная схема размещения комплекта час вина. Стол и стулья часто используют во время собрания. Канделябр создает атмосферу, придает еде более привлекательный вид. Тем не менее, необходимо помнить о пожарной безопасности, особенно когда разгорается настоящее веселье. После использования чертежа вы можете перейти в меню. Всем привет от Горбаца, кстати. Так. А, это чертеж.
Whenever
Чертежи.
you need me, I'll be there.
Так сложно всё. Это как в ТСО тоже можно так же. Всякие чертежи, всякое это изготавливать. А как это? Типа нельзя пока редачить? Сейчас спрошу обязательно. Но я так понимаю, тут ничего пока нельзя менять. Так, а в смысле, то есть... Подождите, а чё? Ух ты.
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Какой хорошенький.
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me... hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again? Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me...
Действительно пухленькая.
So you're the little helper Madam Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep each night.
А что значит дух чайника?
Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me a butler, if you will. Now, allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? Specifically, blueprints with beautiful rooms, chairs, and the like. As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm however you please.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny handed us some when she gave us the teapot, didn't she? Let's take them out and have a look.
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Go on, open them up. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials. Then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint shall appear within this teapot.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past. He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
A golden-eyed adeptus? Paimon wonders who could that be?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that adeptus again since.
Странное чувство.
Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this realm. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
А потом мебель, там кустики у входа. Ну вот я и спрашиваю, типа, как их поставить, чтобы выйти в чайник. Так. Окей. Понятно. Ага. Ну, материалы, понятно. Вот, функция расстановки. Ставьте мебель, чтобы увеличить адептов чайника безмятежности. Скорость накопления сокровищ обители увеличивается вместе с уровнем силы адептов. Покупайте различные предметы в сокровищнице для сокровища обители. Так. И вы можете сразу оставить весь комплект, однако вы все еще можете настроить каждую отдельную мебель. Во. Так, подождите. Подождите. Сейчас я хочу просто это... Восклицательные знаки все эти убрать. Так. Ну вот, кажется, нам доступен редактор. Так, обратите внимание, путешественники во время использования системы чайника без замечания.
You seem tired. Would you like some tea? I'll brew you some. Do you take sugar? 1 cube or 2?
Так. Понятно, все принять. О! О, прикольно. А что так быстро крутится? Слишком это резко. Предметов, строение. Это что такое? Беседка типа? Ой. А, это какая-то кузня. Фиг знает, пускай вот тут будет. Слушай, ее, наверное, можно будет подвинуть? Так. О, деревья. А вот вращение. Что-то как-то криво вращается. А, вот. Ну-ка. Во, выровнять. Все. Пускай тут стоит. Так, тебя поставить. Вот так вот поровнее. И вот тут в уголке. А, короче, нафиг эти деревья. Все, идем дальше. Пейзажа ничего. Компания... О, пойман. На вход ее куда... А что, нельзя на вход? Не, может, ее в дом можно? Живот... А где животных взять? Так, текущее... Сохранить. Так, а я хочу это... Подождите. Я хочу вовнутрь. Ага. Ой. Ну, капец, я ульту случайно включила. Ну вот, теперь у нас есть горничная зато. Хех. Так, отделка. Отделка. Ну, это текущая. Текущая. Столик. Там можно столик поставить. Такие маленькие. Давайте куда-нибудь сюда. Тут еще есть. В смысле не собрано? Ясно. Стульев нету, короче. Все, а Пайман будет у нас тут на входе. Приветствовать. больше у нас ничего нету. Ну ладно, все. Сохранить. И она. О, здорово. Получить. Нам еще какие-то эти дали. Так, использовать. Получить. Что нам еще дали? Что мы еще изучили? Блин, а я забыла. Или мы для улицы сейчас что-то изучили? Ладно, давайте на улицу выйдем. Ландшафт. Что-то для ландшафта. Дерево. Не, мелкое. Ну все, у нас тут, в принципе, ничего больше нету. Ну-ка, гляну, что за кузня? Что такое? Блин, надо было поближе поставить. Далеко бежать. О, прикольно. Понятно, свое кузнечное дело, короче, теперь у нас есть. Так, и самое главное, как отсюда выйти? Так вот же у нас куча мебели. Почему ее не было видно? Ну ладно. Так, как отсюда выйти? Вот. Так, ну что ж, ладно, я думаю, за сегодня мы прилично так сделали. Ну-ка, давайте еще гильдию искателей приключений посетим. Посмотрим. Что тебе надо? Давайте поговорим с ней. Что случилось?
I have something I'd like the Knights of Favonius to do for me, and I want you to pass on my request to the acting Grand Master.
Oh, so it's Jean you were really hoping to see.
You are close with her.
Мы с ней не разливода.
Really? It must be a good feeling knowing Jean's got your back.
Anyway, what was it you wanted us to tell Jean?
Oh yes, I must apologize for being unable to visit the Knights in person, but the restaurant has been so busy lately. Unfortunately, it's right in this busy season that the route between here and Springvale, which is used for the delivery of our ingredients, seems to have been occupied by the Hilichurls. The problem is that the suppliers in Springvale say that deliveries have nothing to do with them. They're just responsible for selling us the ingredients.
Поэтому ты решила обратиться к рыцарям.
That would be great. Please, ask Master Jean to send a party to clear out the hilly trolls from the road to Springvale.
Конечно.
Help at last. With Jean on the case, this will be solved in no time. Thank you.
Seems like everyone really trusts Jean.
Oh, I nearly forgot. Charles the bartender said he's been having some trouble too. Why don't you stop by and see him on the way?
Fine. In for a penny, in for a pound, just a Paimon way. But this is really stretching the definition of on the way, in my opinion.
Так, ладно. О, новая глава. Глава первая. Короче, квестик какой-то нам интересно дали. Ладно. Так, вот я хочу глянуть.
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your adventures going smoothly?
Ну, допустим.
Is that so?
Apart from your own skills, reliable teammates are also indispensable when adventuring. Another person to count on is always good after all. But recruiting such dependable companions is no easy matter, is it?
Yep, and it's even harder to get a guide as good as Paimon.
Ah, yes. I do have some information that may be of help to you. Let me consult our records. Ah, there it is. There's been a certain blonde stranger who arrived in Mondstadt lately, dressed in most unusual clothes.
Blonde. Dress is all funny. It feels like Paimon's heard this one before. Wait, do you mean...
Может ли это?
Does that stranger's face look anything like hers?
Hmm? Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different. This stranger is a very tall man, and even has an eye patch.
А, наверное, дальний родственник Кэй.
Seriously? How does this have anything to do with Kaya? Eye patches can't prove that you're related anyway.
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't say that I know anything about the relationship between him and Mr. Kaya. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. Perhaps he might accept your commission instead. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to not want to be limited by the guild, but be happy to accept a fellow adventurer's requests. And should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey.
Вступить в гильдию он уже отказался.
Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards in the city, even now.
Ладно, насчет того незнакомца.
Well, as to further news about him, you may want to ask Mr. Lawrence. He stands guard at the city gate, so he may know something about that stranger. I wish you every success, adventurer.
Том 1, глава 4. Так. Так, ассоциация рыболовов, тех самых рыболовов. А, тех рыболовов. Не очень поняла. Ладно. Так, ну это, я так понимаю, какой-то побочный квест будет, скорее всего. Дайте мне уже, блин, в ранг приключений зайти, ё-моё. Вот. Все. Вот тут помощь по заданию. Вот оно, задание. Все, его потом надо будет сделать. Где оно? Это надо будет идти в июльские сады. Ага. Прикольно. Даже я постолько не задрачиваю Геншин на лоу рангах. Ну, всяко бывает. Вот. Короче, вот в следующей серии первым делом, если даже я забуду, то напомните мне, надо будет заняться вот этим возвышением ранга приключений, квестом. Все, отправимся в июльские сады и уже это, чтобы повысить нормально. Ну и там уже остальными квестами и чайником уже поподробнее, может, займемся. Ну что ж, а пока, надеюсь, вам понравился стрим. Спасибо всем, кто присутствовал. Грей, мелкая, загнала кота под шкаф и не дает выбраться. Бедный кот. Ай, бедный котик. Ну ладно, в общем, спасибо всем, кто присутствовал. Всем всего хорошего и пока-пока.
Whenever you need me, I'll be